hospitality after this. machinery. All right, we'll go ahead and get this show on the road. Everybody, welcome. Thank you for coming to the February 26, 2026 edition of the Riverton City Planning Commission. We have some good things on the agenda tonight, and we're happy to be here and happy to have you all here as well. We'd like to go ahead and start off our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Joe Marzo, our newest commissioner, has agreed to lead us in that pledge. So if you'd all stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll get this rolling here. These first four items on our agenda are public hearing items, and if you are here to comment on any of these items, we welcome that. We're glad that you're here, and we'll give you that time when it's appropriate. So again, thank you for coming. Thank you for attending. It's citizen input that means the most. So we'll start off with item 2A. Oh my gosh, it's been a minute. Yeah. I apologize. I've missed a couple of meetings and I'm a little bit out of the rhythm. So we'll start off with a roll call, starting to my left.
Commissioner Marzo.
Commissioner Park.
Commissioner Beck.
Commissioner Keel.
Commissioner Matheson.
All right, thank you. That does provide us with enough for a quorum, and so this is item 2A on our agenda, the Timberline Development Agreement, PLZ 25-4009, a development agreement to general plan amendment and rezone of approximately 4.24 acres located at 13518 South Redwood Road. The applicant is Randy Smith and Fieldstone Homes. This is an item that we have heard previously, an iteration of this, and so we are anxious to hear this again and hopefully make some decisions tonight. So we'll go ahead and at this time and turn it over to staff for a report and go to that point.
Thank you. And this is one that you had heard before, but there has been some time since you did, and there's been some fairly significant changes to the plan especially. So I'm going to go through a lot of some of the same information that was presented last time. But first off, just to explain it, as the Commission is no doubt aware, a development agreement functions a little bit differently than some of the other application types that you see as a commission. Normally when we're looking at changing land use, it's a rezone where someone is requesting a change from the underlying zone to an existing zoning designation within the city. A little more straightforward because that zone comes with all of the included standards, requirements, setbacks, things like that. It's just a question of, is that the applicable zone? A development agreement functions a little differently. It's an application that is available to property owners and developers. Essentially, a development agreement is looking at crafting standards other than what may currently exist in zoning. There's always an underlying zone attached to it. The development agreement process includes the ability to review differently as lot sizes, setbacks, allowed and restricted things within that zoning. So there is more to this than you would typically see if it were a rezone application. We'd see the rezone, then we'd see development plans, and we'd move forward that way. This one includes more of that in a bundle. So again, Timberline is the name of the project, the file. It's located, as was stated, 13518 South Redwood Road. This is Redwood Road here, 134th on your screen. The property is 4.25 acres, highlighted generally there in red. The existing zoning is a mix of CN, that pink color, which is commercial neighborhood, and RR22. The RR22 is our residential, it's rural residential is the double R, half-acre lot properties. You can see that yellow is all of the surrounding property. Just quick history to this because it does stand out. There was an application quite a few years ago by a group that was proposing a large animal veterinary clinic on this property and submitted an application for rezone to commercial neighborhood, which was granted by the council at that time, and then that project did not materialize. The zoning does stay in place. The city typically doesn't go back and rescind zoning where it's been granted, but the underlying zoning for most of the property is CN. That is our most restrictive commercial zone, part of the reason why it's remained as it is. Most things in the CN zone are conditional. The uses are limited to those that are felt to be more compatible or potentially more compatible with residential areas. So that's CN and RR22 are the underlying zoning. The proposed zoning is RM8, again with quite a few changes that I'll go over in just a moment. The general plan for the property, and I apologize, these colors tend to differ by screen, but the light or dark orange, depending on which one you're looking at, is medium density residential. The property's outlined in red. That's a quarter-acre minimum lot size, and then the green is what's called a state density residential. That is a half-acre minimum lot size. So the general plan splits between those two. Just in response to a question that came as far as the general plan and its effect and impact on our decisions, just starting up at the state code, the general plan is described as an advisory guide for land use decisions, meaning it is intended to be the standard by which a review of land use changes begins. And while it is not binding, meaning the city has the option to change it, to look at alternative uses, it does serve as that guiding document. The application tonight includes a request to change the general plan to medium high density residential, which is the designation that would allow the lot sizes and density they're pursuing, and then also a rezone. As some of the commission may be aware, I know we have some new commissioners, when we bring rezone applications to you that require a general plan amendment, they are bundled, meaning we typically look at those, not just this application, but any application. We look at the general plan amendment and the rezone at the same time. That hasn't always been the case and isn't required to be that, but the direction that staff has received from the City Council over the past several years was to present those together. And there's various reasons that the council had for that. They are intertwined in the sense that the request for the general plan amendment is usually to facilitate a particular zoning and a particular application. The council certainly has expressed their interest in seeing those bundled together. Again, tonight does include both a request for a general plan amendment and for a zone change. One of the questions that came to us was the zone change itself is not compliant with the existing general plan, which is correct. That is why their application includes a request to change that. Again, just a little bit closer view of the property itself outlined in red here, the 4¼ acres. And I'm going to hit on some things that we have received as far as comment or question. So while this may seem like a side issue, I do want to address it for the record and for the commission. We received some comments about this house here, which is included in the project area, and based on the plan they submitted would be removed. That would be where an access road would go. It was brought to the city's attention. That building is on the National Historic Registry of Buildings. There is a map that's available online that does indicate that, and documents showing that it was added to the National Historic Registry of Buildings, I believe, in 1992. However, that registry is more of a tracking device than anything else. This is frequently asked questions from the website for the National Historic Registry of Buildings. You can see that first item says it does not restrict private property owners' rights. They can remodel, renovate, sell, or even demolish property with no restrictions. If a property had received funding from the federal, state, or any other level for renovations along that, there may be some other things that they have to address. But the fact that it is on the National Historic Registry of Buildings does not restrict the owner's ability to demolish or otherwise modify. You'll see a reference here that says city government may have other regulations through our zoning. We do have a Historic Preservation Commission that has a charter, has ordinance that governs what it does. The requirement there is that prior to demolition of any building that is listed on the historic registry, that they have the opportunity to document. And there's a 10-day window when someone submits a request for demolition that the Historic Commission can basically hold that, go in, take photographs, do other things. Excuse me. But that is the limit. There is no restriction, there is no prohibition on demolition or otherwise modifying the home. And one of the advantages to the fact that it is on the historic registry is there is a great deal of information preserved in that registry as far as photographs and other details about the property. But just so the commission is aware, that is the case, that it is on the registry. That does not certainly doesn't restrict the city's ability to change zoning or to approve plans that involve that. Any other regulations would be the responsibility of the property owner. This was, as was indicated before, the original concept plan. This was presented, and again, most of you were on the commission at the time. This was presented as the first concept by the applicant that was submitted to you. As you can see, there is two stub roads into the property, one from the west, one from the north, and the original concept showed 1775 continuing through as a public right-of-way and connecting to Redwood Road. And then this roadway, there is an existing cul-de-sac area for turnaround, not connecting to the project itself, but leaving space available where it could connect to the property to the south. That was following the hearing by the Planning Commission. It was tabled for input from the City Council because road network and connection, definitely something that is more under the authority of the City Council. The applicant has subsequently modified their layout based on direction received from the City Council and in consultation with staff to do two things. It would maintain the closure of the roadway to the west. That would terminate at the turnaround. 1775 would terminate, but because there is not a compliant area for emergency services to utilize as a turnaround, they would, as part of the project, extend that roadway into this area, this T basically, which would function as the compliant turnaround space for the fire department, something we have, or emergency services, I shouldn't just say fire department. That is something that has been reviewed by them, and that would comply with their plans. That would be part of the public right-of-way. Even though it's it's showing inside of the project area, that would be dedicated to the city as part of 1775. And I'll show a little bit more detail on how that may function, but you can see, going back to their previous plan, forgive me, one of the concerns that was expressed was addressing parking, guest parking, and then also with this public right-of-way, there were some areas that were left kind of unaddressed as far as how they would be integrated into that. This has modified that to show still the internal roadway as private, that yellow area, but then a public right-of-way that would still come in off Redwood Road but would come south and terminate at the adjacent property to ensure that there was access to a public road for any future development on that property to the south. The intent, at least as staff has reviewed this, would be that that road would then loop out and make another point of connection to Redwood Road. Obviously, that's dependent on UDOT and their review, but at this point, that does meet the city standard for access to the public right-of-way, but also preserving interconnectivity with the properties to the south, should they at some point choose to develop. One other addition to the property area, you can see there's a couple of walkways that are connected to the adjacent neighborhoods. Again, we like to see interconnection and the ability to move from neighborhood to neighborhood. That is certainly something that the commission, as part of their review, can comment on, but that is part of the concept plan that they're showing. This is an oddly blurry picture. I'm not sure why that came out that way. This is just an example. This is another area in Riverton where we had a similar situation. This is north of the high school. We're looking south, but this roadway was a dead end, much like 1775. When the property south of it, here at the top of the screen, developed, the decision was to not have the road continue through, but they did the same thing and terminated it in this turnaround area. It is, in this drawing, you can see fenced, but there is a walkway through it because of the school pedestrian route. But it is a public right-of-way, and there are signage and indicators that it is a no parking area, because it does have to be maintained for the use of the fire department to turn around. So there will be no parking signed there, much the same as you can see here. Again, with this layout, they do have the 30 lots, 30 units, in part because there is a restriction on the fire code of no more than that with a single point of access. But you can see the count that is listed there, and then the parking that they've indicated. A little bit hard to read, so I'll zoom in. The lot sizes are below what the RM8 zone would require, but they have detailed in the development agreement setbacks for them. They're about 3,000 to 3,500 square feet, and you can see the setbacks there. I'll come back to that in a moment, but I do want to point out, because this was a discussion point previously, the internal roadway is 20 feet for the north and south legs, and then it expands to 28 feet here. In part, they've got parking that is shown there, but also there's a fire department requirement that adjacent to a hydrant, they need additional width. So they have broadened that here, but it does remain 20 feet along the north and south of the project area. That is not a road standard that we have in our zoning. The only place that we currently would allow 20 feet is on a private lane of 2 lots or less. We do allow a 25-foot drive aisle between, as the private lane shared there. So because that isn't a standard that we have, the applicant has provided some imagery showing the private roadway, and again, this was submitted by them, but just showing a full driveway width off of that 20-foot alleyway. And then this rendering was provided by the applicant as well, showing that 20-foot space. One of the questions or comments that was received by staff had to do with that 20-foot width. Because we don't have examples in the city to point to, I did just pull up a couple. These are all from Daybreak, which was the most convenient, but just showing, again, a couple of different situations with that 20-foot. These are as close to the same view, meaning this spot on this roadway is here. For the life of me, I don't know why Google blurs some things, but just showing the 20-foot lane width, and just looking at a couple of different examples of that within that area, showing the 20-foot width. This one, as you can tell, is more of an alley. That is the designation in the fire code that allows for that minimum, is that 20-foot as an alley width, but just, again, to help visualize a little bit what that 20-foot width would look like. And I apologize, let me... There we go. Just in looking at the proposed development and what they are asking for relative to zoning that we have within our code right now, the development agreement proposes as minimums lot sizes at 3,000 square feet. Just for reference, 10,000 is a quarter acre. So their development agreement proposes the 3,000 square foot lot size, 20-foot front setback. That would be both for the home and for the garage, meaning a driveway depth of 20 feet, a side setback at 5 feet, and a rear setback at 8, with the private road width of 20 feet. For reference, again, our R4 zone has a minimum 10,000 square foot lot size, which is a quarter acre, 15 and 25. So our zoning typically allows the home to sit a little closer to the property line and the garage itself. 8 and 10 feet on the sides. 10 foot would be the garage side of the home, and then a rear setback of 25 feet. And then within the R4 zone, the minimum private road width for more than 2 lots would be 25 feet. And the reason it says 25 plus is in a private lane situation, the commission has the discretion to allow additional width, sidewalk, that type of thing if they feel it's necessary. But the minimum private road width in the R4 would be 25 feet. RM6 and RM8 are our next 2 zones in the sequence. RM6 is limited to single-family detached. The RM8 does allow attached multifamily product. The lot size in those zones, the minimum is 5,000 square feet. Front setbacks are 15 and 20 feet. Side is 5, and the rear is 15. Private road width in those 2 zones is 26 to 28 feet. Again, the plus just indicates that commission has the ability in those situations to look at expanding that. The proposed fencing within the development agreement, masonry fencing along Redwood Road, that is required by our current ordinance, and then it proposes a 6-foot vinyl for the remainder of the perimeter of the fence, perimeter of the project. One thing that is not included, and certainly if that is of concern to the Planning Commission, the fencing, and obviously it's not going to cut across the roadway, forgive my line work there, but whether that turnaround area was fenced off from the rest of the development or left open, that is not currently addressed in the planning or the development agreement. If it is, and I missed it, the applicant can speak to that. That is certainly something that could be discussed and included in the motion if desired by the Planning Commission. These are some renderings of the homes that are proposed in this, as submitted by the applicant. There is language in the development agreement and it was included in your packet, that has architectural standards and information in there to further restrict that. I want to jump back here. One of the other questions that was submitted to us was, and this came from the commission itself, just getting a sense of projects in the city at similar or utilizing existing zoning for the density. This is a project called Riverton Cove that is just literally west of City Hall. City Hall is just off the screen here, the library and the park. This was developed as RM6, which is one of the zones I showed you. Again, the lot sizes within this are 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. Does have those front setbacks 15 to 20 feet as indicated. And then the private road width within this is 28 feet of asphalt width. And you can just see this is one of the roads within that. There is sidewalk on one side of the road, but the asphalt width there is 28 feet. Again, just to reference. We have another project over off of 3600 West and Water Street, north of the Stampin' Up area. That was developed under RM6 as well, that 5,000 square foot lot size. And then the private road widths within that vary between 25 and 32 feet. And it was just the ring road, if you will, within that has that 32-foot width of pavement, and then 25, as you can show. Again, hopefully that helps, along with those other images, to get a sense of scale on those roadways. As with all applications that come before you, as the commission, you have a range of actions that you can take. And I'm going to skip to. You can recommend, in this case, because it is both zoning and development agreement approval, final decision will be by the city council. You will forward a recommendation to them that can be for approval of the application as it stands. Couple of conditions that we have added to that sample motion, just addressing the fact that there will have to be a final site plan review where full engineering and a lot of the detail that goes along with the development of the site will be reviewed and approved by the city. But then also just addressing a little more clearly the roadway and the termination. You may also recommend denial, and that forwards on to the city council still with that recommendation for denial of the project. You also, as I indicated, have the ability to recommend to the council approval, but with modifications, and this is just a sample motion, but trying to simplify this process. If there are concerns, you can modify in your recommendation, recommend a change to the zoning, lot sizes, things of that nature. Also, any questions or concerns on fencing and whether that fencing surrounds that turnaround space could be addressed in a motion as well. Have a little bit of redundancy there, I apologize. And then any other modifications, conditions, or changes that you feel appropriate to recommend to the City Council. So again, this is before you tonight as the development agreement approval. In your previous hearing on this, the public hearing was closed at the end of that. In consulting with our city attorney, given both the significant changes to the plan and the time that has elapsed since that meeting, you have the discretion to open the public hearing and allow additional comment to be taken.
Actually, I'd recommend that. Thank you.
That is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or comments now or after the public hearing and input from the applicant.
Jason, thank you. Looks like we do have some questions for you. I've got several of them. I'm going to ask just one of my questions first, and then I'll send it out to the commission, the other questions I have. But can you bring back up the slide with the setback requirements and all three of them right there? It says in this that this development agreement has a 20-foot setback. I would refer to you to section 4.13 or 4.1.3. Within the documentation we've been provided, it says very clearly an 8-foot front setback.
And I appreciate, I neglected to address that, and I apologize. There was a discrepancy between that section in the written development agreement and, let me go to the one that blows that up a little bit. And the diagram that is shown on the plan, you can see here it shows 20 feet in the front as opposed to the 8. I spoke with the applicant today, and I apologize that that wasn't caught by staff sooner. They did confirm that 20 foot is the intended front setback. So while we modified that in the file copy of the development agreement, we weren't able to do so in time in the packet. To ensure that that is reflected, that can certainly be included in the motion, that be clarified, but we did confirm with the applicant that a 20-foot would be the setback for the front.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll start sending around the horn here. Commissioner Cannon.
Yeah, thank you. Jason, if you wouldn't mind showing the first, if you could show us the first example of how the first, with the houses on it and with the two vehicles. I believe one was a Toyota and one was a Ford. A couple concerns I have, just looking at that. I'll start with this because I have two or three that I want to point out before we get too far into it. No on-street parking. Is that the way this is set out?
Yes.
Okay. I also can't see any sidewalk. So where are pedestrians supposed to walk in the interior of this?
There is no sidewalk in their proposed plan.
Okay. Is there a representative here from the Noakes family this evening? I spoke with Trent Noakes earlier, so I'll comment on that. I'm not a representative of the Noakes family. He takes the time to call me because he had his wife made an appointment for them at the temple this evening. Then he didn't want to step on her toes. I'll tell you what I like. I like that the access to 1775 was changed from our last meeting. I really find that visually attractive. I hope the neighbors do as well. They may have different comments. The fact that one argument here tonight may be everything we do here is going to be, these houses are going to be more than anybody around there. I don't know if anybody in this room that lives currently there cares about the value of those other than if they think it's going to bring their values down. And that might come up. The fact that 13550 isn't going through, streets like that are done on purpose for the future development to access major corridors, and it's mainly for fire traffic and for traffic safety. I think the roads are too narrow. I would like you to give us another example. If you'd go back to the subdivision that sits directly to the west of us here that was put in. You gave me the name, but I can't remember what it was. And then you said those were 28-foot roads. As I recall, and I was on the commission at the time, that one right there. They got a zoning approved based on them putting in gates. And if I recall, and I'm pretty confident this happened, they came back and tried to change it because they said the roads were too narrow. So they tried to eliminate the gates. Thank goodness we stood up for it and said, no, we approved it with the gates for that reason, because we wanted to slow down the traffic. My fourth final things, if you'll go over to the main, their final plat design that I believe was in that one there. I still think this is a great, probably one of the last great parcels of property along Redwood Road that you could have an argument that these could be bigger lots. I know the developers here, and he has reached out to Mr. Noakes, and I believe they have spoken. Mr. Noakes would entertain the offer of taking that road over onto their property. I'd love to see one entrance onto Redwood. I think that those two that close to each other are quite close. And if the developer did it right and was able to negotiate something with Mr. Noakes, either participating by giving up ground or helping him with the improvement costs, I think you could stub that street out to the south and back to Redwood, and maybe even increase the density of his subdivision for the same exact cost, and maybe get a lot or two more out of it. So that's what my comments on, and we appreciate the work that's been done, believe me, because I know you guys have got a lot of time into this, and I applaud those efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Cannon. Commissioner Matheson?
So my question is, just to the south of there, is there anything projected right now? I was out kicking around out there today, and I saw some equipment out there, like they're doing some piping or something.
The equipment has been there for some time. I don't believe it's tied to any active construction. There are no plans either for development or change of land use that have been submitted to the city.
Okay. I think it's important for people to be aware that 13550 is slotted to be a through street, and I know the people who live on there don't want anything to do with that, but that's what the people on 114th South said when Parkway Palisades went in and 114th went through and cut it in half, and there was a half house over there that got half of it built because that had been on the books for years and years. And I think you just need to be aware that whether you like it or not, that is approved for a through street someday, potentially at least. And that next development may or may not make that, but I think it's really nice it's changed. It's not going to use that street or the 1775.
And I should have added originally, the decision, the direction from the council on those two roadways was not simply in deference to the developer, as far as preserving their land, or even to the neighborhoods themselves. The connection of those roadways out to Redwood created, I'll say, as many problems as it solved in terms of that midpoint access onto Redwood Road and the traffic levels that would be flowing in both directions. So it wasn't a decision made lightly, and it certainly wasn't a decision made to facilitate this development or to simply appease the neighbors. It was felt to be the best decision, including all of those factors, to help both the road network here, Redwood Road, and in this and future development on the property function correctly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matheson. Looks like I'm the only one left with questions for staff. Under the current agreement, with the 20-foot roadway, does that also come with a requirement for signage for no roadway parking?
It would, both from the city and from unified or fire code requirements.
Yeah.
It would have to be. That is the only way it can function. I will say that even with no parking, there remain concerns from staff as how that would function, everything from pedestrian use to waste management or waste collection, mailboxes, things of that nature.
And Ryan, for you, we had a portion of the slide earlier that talked about the state statute regarding the ability to modify the general plan, what in local ordinance have we done to provide for the planning commission and city council to address those issues? What do we have do we have anything in local ordinance that specifically stipulates that, as in regard to the general plan, that the commission and the council have the authority to modify that plan, anything beyond what state statute says? So we've got the state statute, and then did...
The city cannot enact an ordinance that's repugnant to state statute.
No.
But what we can do,
But have we clarified that on how we do that within our city?
no, we can do what's called common policy along plan amendment or zoning ordinance.
Okay, great.
I think if I understand what you're saying is, I think the question really focuses on whether we can have parallel track of all the general plan amendments. Right? And the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that, the primary requirement is that any change to the general plan, small or large, significant or into, begin with the planning commission and come to the council with that recommendation. So in that sense, yes, there is a sequence, a process that's required. The council is required to hear a recommendation from the planning commission on any change to the general plan before they act, which is why this is beginning with you and moving
Yeah,
forward to that.
and that's kind of what I was looking for. I appreciate that. And
It's the same process whether it be general plan amendment or zoning change. They go through the exact same sequence of events. Agreed with the planning commission, then by the city council. And the law does allow them to be handled simultaneously.
but the general plan is not a binding until a new general plan is adopted by the council.
It's something that can be amended as well as the zoning. So I think most people would say that the best practice is to have a general plan laid out first, let that be figured out, and follow up with some, but it's not explicitly required.
Okay.
But even with the city's action, property owners, developers, applicants have the right to make a request for a change to the general plan, which is what occurred here. This was not initiated from staff. This wasn't pursued by staff. So in any sense, even with a newly approved general plan, the next day someone could come in and request an amendment to it, and it would be heard through that process, planning commission, then to city council.
Terrific. Thank you very much. All right, at this time we would invite the applicant forward to give us an update on your newly revised plan for this property. And
Absolutely, thank you. My name is Randy Smith. I'm with Fieldstone Homes. We appreciate the feedback we got on the first round. We were able to meet with the city council, and come back with this plan, which works well. I think we at Fieldstone, we can connect the roads or not connect the roads. It kind of works either way for us, and the city council directed that this is the direction they wanted to go. As to the 20-foot road, the reason we did that was the site constraints and the ability to give the 20-foot front setback to units. So the development agreement originally said 8-foot front setbacks because in that plan we had a wider road. And that's my mistake. I didn't get that updated in there, so that's not them. That's me. I apologize. We'll get it fixed. But that's the intent. There was concern about parking, and if I could get full driveways, then I would have two parking spaces for every unit. Now this plan has introduced some other parking spaces, so I think there are opportunities to widen this road in exchange for bringing down some front setbacks. Maybe not all the units, but some of them, or they equalize. I don't know. But that was the intent behind it. We have built 20-foot roads before. We've done work in Daybreak. We've done work in Bluffdale. We've done these. They do work. That pencil drawing that showed the F-150 and the Corolla, like that's drawn to scale. That's the size of a truck. That's the size of a Corolla. That's a 20-foot road. And yeah, so it fits in there. And as we speak to the turnarounds, if that's what we need to do, that's great. Fencing, we're happy to fence it or not fence it. So I don't think that is any concern. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Jason over here has been very thorough. We're excited to do the project. We bought this as a commercial property, and therein lies the power of zoning. Zoned commercial, it gets priced commercial, and we actually originally came in and met with council to do townhomes here, and it was at their direction. They were like, hey, can we find a way to do a single-family detached product? And we're like, yeah, we can find that way. We just may need to ask for some concessions, and that's what you're seeing here today. We are happy to work with you, and we want to figure out a good project for Riverton, and it's a highly desired place to be. Thus, land is very expensive, as you know, in Riverton. So, yeah, we're super excited about it. Are there any questions that I can answer for you guys?
Yeah, that's part of this, so we'll go ahead and, if you have anything more before we start asking questions?
I'm sure something will come to mind in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Go ahead.
Certainly give you the opportunity. All right, Commissioner Beck.
One quick question that I have, especially with the roads that are only 20 feet, how do you handle, like, let's pretend we're going to get snow again here in Utah. Where are you going to end up? Because everything's so tight and there's not a lot of extra space. Where would you put the snow for snow removal and things like that?
It would just move to these green spaces that you see, towards the stormwater, up by the parking over there, over on that side. I mean, yeah, it's just pushed around the site. Being that this is a private road, that's going to be private snow removal hired by the HOA.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that helpful?
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Matheson.
Flat out, have you considered RM6 for this place? And if so, looked at how you could fit that size of houses in this?
The RM6 is a 6,000 square foot lot, is that right?
It's 6.
5 to 6.
5 to 6.
Houses
Minimum
per
5.
acre.
Yeah. That would, I have not drawn that. It would be about half the units, thus doubling the value of the land and the infrastructure to every unit, right? So bringing up the cost of every unit, and then on the side of efficiency, with the plan that we've shown, I can loop a road and have homes on both sides of that road. That's very efficient. It divides the cost more ways, creates a product that is of value in Riverton, okay? Riverton is, like I said, it's a desirable city. Values are very high. I don't like to use the words affordable anymore. I'm scared to use the word attainable anymore. But this does create a value in the market that's actually similar to the values for the existing homes around this. So it would be, we've not drawn it. They would be very expensive homes.
It would be difficult.
Yeah, it would be difficult.
And what kind of a price point can you tell us you might think of these?
It's hard. I can't commit to it, right? Because we got to build them, right? But these are breaking over $500,000.
Thank you.
Isn't that crazy? That's crazy.
That's unfortunately the situation we find ourselves in the market.
It really is. It really is. We always want to do the best we can to provide a value. But yeah, it's going to be in that range probably.
Okay, Commissioner Keel.
If you got more of a setback, like your front setbacks were less, would you be able to widen the road and allow for sidewalks? Would that be something that you could do? I just think sidewalks are so important. Those are probably going to be starter homes for people with young kids.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of play area in there, including their backyards.
Yeah, that is solvable. It could be sidewalks going across driveways, which they do anyway. So depending on how that fits, it's kind of interesting with my own 2 daughters. I'm always telling them to play in the street because I'm worried they're going to crash into a tree in the park strip or something, right? I'm like, no, go out in the street with your wiggle car. So sidewalks are nice. This is not a massive community. I don't feel like it's high traffic. There will be cars. Narrow roads do cause traffic to go slower, so that is a benefit. that's actually one of the models that Daybreak has followed. You see their roads neck in and then they come back out. And it does, it slows you down, right? So safety factor. I hear you, and it is possible. It is possible. But again, it would be shrinking front setbacks to the point that you might not be able to park a car on your driveway. All these homes will have 2-car garages. That's in the plan. And then we do have the additional spaces that are shown on here.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so parking was a concern for me initially when I looked at this, and the agreement said 8 foot. So I'm glad to know that it's a 20 foot, because you should be able to effectively put 2 cars in the garage and 2 cars in the driveway, so there should be ample. And then with the added parking stalls, there should be ample available parking if the agreement and plan stands. You know, we'll save that. So I don't see any other questions from staff at this point. So unless you have anything further to add, we'll go ahead and
I will say we have had a lot of conversations with the Noakes. Is that the Noak? Jared here has had more of those conversations than me. He's also with Fieldstone. So we have had a lot of conversations with them, and would love to grow our project down there. They're not ready or willing to sell their property at this point. I think you were asking about that a little bit and combining the project down to the south, but. Oh yeah, they do like the stub road. Yeah, it sets them up for success in the future. So yeah, that is a good plan. I will also mention, I guess, that we have gone and met with UDOT. We've done pre-application meetings for this access. One of our original plans, that access was actually further north, and UDOT asked us to pull it down. They're like, no, we want that further south. So they asked us to kind of put it where you can see there. There was no concerns with the amount of traffic that this is going to add to Redwood. Redwood's capacity far exceeds what this is doing to it, even under its current traffic conditions. So no concerns there. And I'm sure there's more, but call me back up.
No, the concerns that were posted the last time that we saw this were more safety concerns of turning left into and out of this across Redwood Road.
Yeah.
And the issues that would cause. But that, again, that's a UDOT issue.
Yeah.
And that would be the case anywhere along Redwood where there is not a median. So it's.
And the way UDOT operates, they only grant right-in, right-out accesses. So they would not grant a full motion access, but they also wouldn't block it. But that allows them in the future, they can put in a median anytime they want without, our neighborhood saying, no, you can't do that, right? So that's just that's typical UDOT.
But the thing is, with right in, right out, that's to a private piece of property and into a private development. This is a public right-of-way, and so you don't have the little pork chop in the middle there to restrict right in, right out in the middle of that public right-of-way.
It's not intended to be right in, right out.
No.
I'm sorry, I misspoke a little bit. I'm just talking about how UDOT permits it. It's what their permit says. They allow full motion all the way until they don't want to, and then they have liberty to cut it off. Yeah.
Yeah. So
okay, we're on the same page.
Yeah, that's going to be as the area develops and UDOT continues to update. They will decide what goes there, and that's really not anything we have a terrible amount of influence on. So
right, not elected officials. Yeah.
No. That's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No, thank you. And so I'm right here. If there are any more questions, I'm happy to come back up. So
okay.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, and we will go ahead and reopen the public hearing portion of this meeting so that we can hear from you. At this time, I will just say that the commission was supplied not only with the comments that came in once this updated plan was received, but also all of the comments that were submitted previously. We were also provided with the minutes from the last meeting regarding this matter. So we are well versed in all of those concerns, those items, the pros, the cons. And in the interest of, everybody's time, we probably don't need to rehash all of those things. If you have things that you would like to say, we'd love to hear it, but we have taken the time. We were provided with all of the material for not only for this meeting, but from the last meeting where we heard this item. So, and we are dedicated to studying those and making sure that we can make good decisions for our community. So we'd appreciate that. All right, the public hearing will be opened. Again, we ask you to come towards the podium. Please state your name for the record and try and keep your comments to about 2 minutes. We've got a timer up there just to kind of remind you. This is not a question and answer portion. This is a time for you to express either your concerns or your support for this project. And at this time, we invite you to do so. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Donna Kessler. And I just wanted to mention, I live on 13550 South, which I know you like, it's a straight ray, but if you're looking at the elementary school, they come little short. Can you hear me now? Okay. The elementary school comes down, the kids cross the walk over on 134th, and there's a LDS church right there, and they come down that street, and then they spread out through that street. So 13550, there's a ton of kids coming from the school, going down our street into the neighborhoods around it. And so I think that's something that they should also take into consideration, that it's not just the people who are living right there, but it's kind of like, where does that traffic go? How many neighborhoods further are they going? Are they just going to come over to the church and hit over to 134th and then, skip the traffic on Riverton Road? Or are they going to go into the neighborhoods and go further out until it tees off and then hit 134th? I mean, I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm really concerned about all the school kids coming, because a lot of kids still walk. And so you've got the kids going in the morning, you got them going in the dark, you got them coming home in the afternoon. And I would like you guys to consider that before if you decide to try to change it back and make 13550 a thoroughway from Redwood Road. That's going to be dangerous, not to us that live there, plus noisy and all the other stuff that comes with that, but it puts those kids in danger too. The other thing I wondered about is, I don't know how this would affect property values for our homes to have that right there. We have, 2/3 acre, half acres, and I'm concerned that having this high density, medium high density housing is going to negatively affect our property values. So that was just another thing I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm kind of short. My name is Judy Lloyd, and I've lived in this area for 62 years. And I've seen some changes. Some have been good, some have been not so good. I am very concerned, as this lady said, about the safety of children. I worked for the Jordan School District for a number of years, and I know how that many units will affect the schools. And they say there aren't very many people. Well, if you think 2 people, and in the statistics we had for figuring out how many children were coming to school, it was at least 2 children. Actually, they called it 2.5 children. But I don't know how you can cut a child in half. So we would figure on 2 kids per unit. And that's 60 children. And you might say that's not much, but if you go in the schools and see how many children are in those classrooms, how much the teachers have to work to even teach those people. And another concern is no place for them to play. I'm a real children advocate, and I think that every child should be offered an opportunity of somewhere to play. With these size of units and that many, 60 children, where do they go? What do they do? Those are my concerns, plus the infrastructure. I heard him say that wouldn't put too much more traffic on Redwood Road. Well, right now, Redwood Road has traffic all day and all night. And believe me, I live close enough to it to notice. And it is a danger for the children walking to and from school. And that's all I have to talk to you about.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for opening to public comment again. My name is Ellen Ford. I've lived in Riverton for 42 years, and I am here representing the Riverton Heritage Group to read a letter that was prepared. Dear City Council members and Planning and Zoning Committee, this letter is to confirm that the Riverton Heritage Group opposes any changes to the current zoning or the current Riverton City General Plan regarding the subject 4.24 acres. Our opposition is based on the following. 1, we reject the notion that the current zoning and Riverton General Plan for this area must be changed to accommodate individuals, developers, and investment groups or speculators that purchase land with an intent to develop it in a manner contrary to the zoning and plan with A, full knowledge of the current general plan and the corresponding current zoning. B, the speculation that they can exert sufficient pressure on Riverton City representatives, mayor, council, legal, and staff to effect a zoning change that would yield these speculators significant profits at the expense of the integrity of our neighborhoods. Greater consideration should be given to the citizens of our neighborhoods than to the speculators. We are organized and prepared to gather a significant number of signatures from our citizens to ensure that the current general plan for this area remains unchanged until a specific plan can be developed in an open and transparent manner by a committee of citizens, including citizens adjacent to this property and Riverton Heritage Group citizens, city council members, and city staff. Because of time constraints, I will skip. I believe this letter was sent to each of you.
Yes, the letter is submitted and it is in the record, so.
Okay, well, one comment, though, that I want to bring forward. There were those on the City Planning and Zoning Commission at the last meeting regarding this property that suggested a median would be needed to ensure safe access. We disagree with this suggestion, and we put together a presentation in 2017 at the time that UDOT wanted a median along all of Redwood Road.
And that has also been submitted and is in the.
And that showed that it was not safer to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Would anyone else like to address the commission in this matter?
My name is Randy Christensen, and the plan looks pretty nice and everything, but you show the walkway coming over here and then over there, and how do they get there without no sidewalks? That's one thing. And then parking for like visitors parking, what is there, 8 stalls there? I've got a granddaughter that lives over there in Saratoga Springs. You can figure you got 2 cars and a 2-car driveway. You can't have anybody visit you because you can't park. Anytime you have a Christmas party or something like that, that road's going to be covered with it. You got a teenage kid, where's he going to park? Is my thing. And then I think this road here, that 54 public road there, if it went all the way through the south to the where the red light is, you wouldn't have that crossing the Redwood Road. Redwood Road is plumb full from daybreak to dusk. Like I take my 1 grandkids to school, and they in the morning, going north, it's bumper to bumper, all the way to Saratoga Springs. And then at night, starts at like 3 o'clock, bumper to bumper, going the other way, going south. And then on Fridays, that going south and stuff starts at noon. So, to me, and then that fire, where's the fire hydrant going to be?
They're the red dots on the,
Red dot right there where the parking is? Yeah, I like the original plan where you came around through there. But, well, I guess that's all I've got to say, but I don't like the plan you've got for the access to Redwood Road. And the streets are way too narrow, like snow removal and everything, and it's already been brought up. So, and garbage, even to get a garbage truck down through there. And I know somebody parks there. These guys are going to have public towing, to be towing these cars away, and these people visited don't even have a chance to get their cars. $200 fine, $300 fine to get the car out of impound.
thank you, sir.
Hi. I live on 134.
Could you give us your name for the
Oh,
record, sir?
excuse me. My name is John. And
John,
excuse me,
your last name?
John Cardenas.
Thank you.
I live in 134, and I live in an older home over there, and around that area as well. There's older homes, and this is nice. I mean, they're kind of modernizing the neighborhood a little bit. I get the concerns with the safety with the kids, and that's very paramount to like our neighborhoods as well. And I feel like they could probably do something in order to accommodate that, but it's nice. I mean, I like my neighborhood. I like the space that we have, and I like, you know, our neighbors and everything. But it is fairly old, and it would be nice to have this as kind of like an area of modernization, especially because there's some newer housing of some apartments or down on the other side of Redwood. Towards 123rd that's being built over there too, but it seems kind of far, and this is a little bit near to where we live. So it'd be nice. So it'd be nice to kind of modernize our neighborhood a little bit more, and hopefully this will kind of like help the rest of the other neighborhoods above to the south, or excuse me, to the north, to also kind of be able to modernize that area as well. But that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy. My name is Dave Kennedy. I live in that house right there in front of all that mess. We've already been through I think it's too many units, too many people. The fencing around, I see they had masonry in front of there on Redwood Road. My house, my bedroom's right there next to the entrance. I sure liked the other entrance when it was there, so I wasn't getting the whole complex driving by my house. But I've seen that's underwater now. But as far as a block or a mason fence there down the side of my house for noise reduction and to keep somebody from plowing into my house when they miss the turn there in the winter. I'm concerned about parking for the construction crews. I know Redwood Road has no parking all the way down it, out on the street, and I'm just concerned that they're gonna disregard that and let everybody park out in front of our houses and dump their garbage out in our lawns and ashtrays and cigarette butts. If that's the only entrance, I guess all the construction heavy equipment and all the big material, trusses, lumber, pipe, that'll all be coming right by my house right there, right by my bedroom. I've talked to Jared about the mud and gravel mess that will be out on Redwood with all these construction trucks and forklifts and whatnot, but he said there would have to be a cleaning station there. I don't know how good them cleaning stations are. I was a plumber all my life and been on these big construction sites. Just the one entrance and one exit I don't think is enough. Somebody mentioned here property value a minute ago. I feel like I'm gonna be surrounded by apartments. Who's gonna buy a house surrounded by apartments, or who wants to live surrounded by not apartments, but high density? And I'm wondering if the curb and gutter will be done first and paving before they start moving all the equipment and material in there. And I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the?
My name is Simon Robenheimer. I live on 1775 West. I've lived in Riverton for almost 20 years now. And obviously the neighborhood on 1775 in Hamilton, we're really happy that there's no traffic there, but that does mess our friend Dave up over here. I would absolutely, if that's going to stay, that there needs to be some sort of masonry fence up in front of his property. I think that would be the decent, neighborly thing to do from a safety point of view. And when you're talking about the kind of money these guys are going to make, that's not going to cost them anything other than maybe some goodwill. I do feel 30 houses is way too many, and I don't think anybody's against modernization or against new stuff, but just look around. It doesn't match anything. We all live on almost half acre and plus. 30 houses equals 60 plus kids equals 60 to 80 motor vehicles. Traffic is crazy. And so that was just the concerns, but I definitely think the developers need to treat Dave over there a little better than they are and forget a vinyl fence. I mean, I could put my fist through a vinyl fence. Heavens knows what a car will do to it. So I think that's my concern. I do feel like 20 houses would be a better option if we're going to put houses up there. My family's first choice is nothing. But I mean, I know that that's not realistic, right? I mean, nobody's is feeling that's realistic, but 30 houses seems a lot on that it's not a big parcel of land, it really isn't. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Juan Cardenas. I live at 13344 South Redwood Road, just down here, and I'm north of this proposed subdivision. I would like to say that I don't have an issue. I don't have a problem them building this there because it'll make the neighborhood look nice. Most of the lots there, and I mean no disrespect, but they look like junkyards. So, and I'm not talking about everybody, in general, but I'm just saying some of them look pretty bad. So yeah, I do not have a problem that they built something nice and new and make it look like the rest of Riverton, which is beautiful. I like that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the commission on this issue? All right, seeing no further comments, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion on this item and bring it back to the commission for further questions of staff, discussion, and a possible motion as we move here. Commissioner Matheson.
So I had the opportunity this past week of taking my young son to look for a house. I'm going to sign for him and sign my life away because he can't quite afford it, but he finally found a townhome for just under $500,000. He works construction, has a F-350, and the sidewalks or the driveways were 20-foot driveways going in, and the butt end of that thing with his dualies stuck out about 5 feet into the road. So I looked at my truck, a Ford F-150, to fit in my garage. I had to get the super cab, not the crew cab, but I wanted the bed big enough to at least put a piece of plywood in it. And it's 19 feet. If I have a hitch on it, 20 feet would barely let me park. Looking at the 20-foot driveway, there's no way in a truck that I could turn into my driveway unless I was going to make a left turn in, but if I've got to turn right, I've got to go forward and back in. Anyway, where I'm going with this is I think this is a great project, but 30 homes on 4 acres. There was someone that put their concerns out and said, hey, what about R6? Now, I know the builder would lose 6 homes, and I don't know how they would put it together, but it sure seems to me that an R6 with those basic requirements, a little bit bigger lot, still the 20-foot setback, so I guess I could get my truck in if I really had to, but a slightly wider road so I could make it. I think that makes a lot of sense for in here. A nice little, relatively high density. I mean, that's 6 homes per acre, but could let 24 homes be built, and I think that's where this should go. That's my bias.
Okay. I want to address a couple of things that we heard. This hearing and this item is, I know the folks on 13550 are concerned with the through road piece of this that's thrown out. This isn't about that. We're not considering potentially turning 13550 into a through road at this point. It's there, it's available as part of the original plan that went in, but that's another fight down the road if ever. the parking on here with the 20-foot driveways, an average car would fit, a truck would not. Most people in Utah seem to drive trucks, so Commissioner Matheson has a very good point. But there are 18 additional parking spaces available with this plan. I have a question for staff. It is standard practice that prior to construction of the dwellings, that roadway has to be, all the infrastructure and roadway has to be completed prior to nail to wood. Is that correct?
There are some, yes, that's generally correct. There are some allowance for certain levels of hard surfacing to be in place for construction to begin, but there are infrastructure requirements, especially depending on how the developer chooses to proceed as far as bonding for those improvements or building. But yes, there are requirements that would regulate that.
Okay. So I hope that addresses that concern. That roadway will need to be put in. I kind of agree with the statement that was made about, and I'm sorry, it's Dave, and I don't remember your last name, sir. David Kennedy. Kennedy, I apologize. But with the impact to Mr. Kennedy, I realized that, could you put up the fencing plan? I think being a good neighbor and affording Mr. Kennedy a little nicer, more secure fence might be a good move on your part. And that's something we could potentially add in here to wrap that masonry fence there and along Mr. Kennedy's property. My preference for the fencing also is to bring it back into the cutout where the hammerhead is. And I think probably a good thing to do there would be to, as we saw in the overhead picture of the other hammerhead that's just north of the high school, right there, that I'm quite familiar with. And yes, the way we build these hammerheads and the requirements on them, I got a 60-foot ladder truck down in there and turned it around. As being a retired fireman, I'm familiar with that one in particular even. But to fence it off and just to leave a gap for the walkway, I think would be a nice touch, kind of separate the neighborhoods just a little bit, give that separation to the folks there off of Hamilton, and also provide for that would be absolutely, as the one young lady was concerned about the kids and the access would be a pathway where any children out of this neighborhood would move up through there towards the elementary school in the future. I like the project. I like RM6, but I don't know, if we're losing 6 homes or we're losing 10 homes because of infrastructure and roadway and all that would have to be built, and the feasibility on these projects. I mean, these things are going to happen. Development's going to happen, and we have to find the best way in which to allow that development to happen. Pretty much everything we have, as we've discussed ad nauseum in previous meetings, there isn't a lot left in Riverton, and it's these infill projects and these pieces of property like this that we're having to deal with, and I'll tell you what, it's difficult to manage what's going to be best for those surrounding homeowners, what's going to be best for our city, because those parcels are not going to be left open. They're just not. So, what do we put in there? Do we have further discussion I'm not seeing anybody light up here. Are we ready to make a motion? Would somebody like to entertain crafting that motion? Commissioner Matheson.
Just a comment there. I'm hearing a few people feeling like that 8 lots per acre is just too much. I've heard RM6 come up. Is that something that we as a commission would recommend? And the thing is, for the builder and everyone here, this is a recommendation to city council. We're not the decision makers. But
the city council definitely, you know, they go over the transcripts or listen to these meetings, and they do take all of this into consideration. They do their homework just like we do.
And they are elected officials.
Yeah,
so
and they're your elected officials.
They have to answer to y'all.
And they are the decision makers. And so we are here to make a recommendation to the council. But I like the arms. I wonder at what point on a piece like this are we breaking over? And it's not my job, not our job to, you know, make him a profit, but we also have to be cognizant that the restrictions that we put on these projects and these properties at some point, you know, when do they no longer become feasible? We can restrict these things right out of existence, and then nobody wants to develop in Riverton. It continues to, so and I don't know where that breakover is. I'm not a developer, but we want something nice in here, as everybody does, as we have heard. We want something nice, and what is that?
I just think these are too small.
Okay.
I mean, the side of the house, touch the fence on either side, it's 5 feet. So little room.
Yeah.
And I understand the developer's desires, but that I think is too small to have 8 homes on an acre.
Yeah, it feels like the house I grew up in Orange County.
So the motion, the third alternative motion that I put on the screen that's on there now, that blank in number 1, you could just insert RM6 there, and because it says lot sizes, setbacks, road widths, you don't have to specify beyond that. Number 4, the perimeter fencing, the blank was if you are concerned about type of fencing, it is vinyl surrounding it, and it does say that the turnaround space shall be included in that. You can include either in number 4 or make a new condition on number 5 that addresses fencing around, and I apologize, I forgot his name. The home
Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy. I won't forget that.
Thank you. So again, if that is the desire to move forward, you wouldn't need to be any more specific than inserting the zone that you feel is appropriate into that blank.
So Commissioner Park, I'm ready to make a motion.
In your motion, will you please include the fencing for Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Are there any other further, can I stand by for just a second? Commissioner Cannon, please.
Well, if he's going to make a motion,
let's have it before we make it so we can make a good solid motion.
I'll make a motion too.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, if we were done with the discussion, I was prepared for a motion, but go ahead.
Okay. So I motion to recommend approval with modifications of proposed agreement. I move the Planning Commission recommend approval of the proposed Timberline Development Agreement for property located at 13518 and 13506 South Redwood Road as presented with the following amendments and conditions. Number 1, zoning for the project shall be RM6. M is in there. RM6 with lot size setbacks and road widths compliant with that zone. Number 2 as stated. Number 3 as stated. Number 4, perimeter fencing shall consist of vinyl fencing and shall include the turnaround space on 1775 West. Fencing on Redwood Road will be solid masonry, as well as the fencing between the project and the north side of Minister Kennedy's house, and shall be compliant with the Riverton City Code. Does that work?
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Beck? Were you?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Do I have discussion on this motion? Any amendments that would like to be offered? Commissioner Cannon, or is that?
My amendment would be to have the applicant consult with the property owner to the south, the Noakes family, and go over and examine the ability to have one entrance onto both parcels onto Redwood Road. That would be my amendment. And that's the only way I'll.
Is that?
And would that be in the motion or just a recommendation?
That would be a friendly amendment, and you could choose whether or not to accept that friendly amendment. I just have a question for Mr. Carter. Do we have the authority to do that, to compel the developer to speak with the other property owner about public access?
It's something that can be recommended. That's the maximum strength that it has.
If the council adopted our recommendation, I mean, do we as a city have the authority and ability to compel that?
No, but it could be a powerful lever because city council has discretion in terms of what kinds of decisions that they make.
Okay. So that is a friendly amendment to your motion.
So I will accept that amendment as number 5.
Okay. Anything else?
Can I ask a quick clarifying question? So the amended condition was that the applicant consult with the property owner to the south regarding a single access point to Redwood Road.
That is correct. And the property owner to the south told me to say that. So I just didn't come up with that. And I think it's a win-win for both the applicant and the property owner to the south and the neighborhood.
So I'm trying to understand what that, to make a U out of that back out to Redwood, or the
That would be the only entrance into it. It'd be through the Noakes property. You would eliminate it coming out on the north side of Mr. Kennedy's property. There'd be one entrance into both parcels.
Oh, so the entrance would then, there would be a single entrance, but it would come from the southern property,
That is correct.
offering more space within the actual footprint
Get 3 more lots.
of the development to maybe rearrange some
Solves
things.
the problem, but it gets it fixed.
We've got the language in the motion.
Okay, I believe we have an understanding on that. So we have that motion, the second friendly amendment has been accepted. Any other discussion on the motion? I'm just going to open everybody up, so.
Do I need a second again after we've?
No.
Okay.
I like it.
Any other vote? All right, so at this point, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. That recommendation will now go to the city council for those improvements. We hope that you will also reach out to your city council members and attend the city council meeting when this item is on their agenda as well. But would like to thank all of you who are here for this, for attending tonight. And we will close this item. Thank you. And don't feel like you have to stay if you don't want to.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. All right. Oh, you turned that white screen off behind me and now I can't see. Okay, we'll move on to item 2B. Sir, I hate to ask, but if you have further discussion, can we do it out in the hall? We need to finish out the items on our agenda here. All right, so the next item on our agenda is item 2B. This is the My Storage amended. This is PLZ 26-8002. This is an application to amend a conditional use permit and commercial site plan located at 13487 South Rosecrest Road. The applicant is Steve Scoville. And at this time, we will turn it to staff for a report. Gary, will you make sure that door gets closed?
So this is a amended site plan and amended conditional use permit for storage units on 5600 West. Here's the location. It's on 134th, 5600 West, right at the edge of Riverton. This is familiar to some of the commission. It's been around for a little bit. We've seen this as a conditional use permit, and a site plan, and an amended site plan. The commission did a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of work to get this into, get to an approval in the past. And the applicant has, they didn't get it built. They want to make some changes. They're ready to build now. They want to make a change to one of the buildings, and so it's coming back before you. Here's the application and the notice. The notice went to neighbors within 300 feet. We did not receive any comments on this. Here's a close-up of that. So a couple things worth noting here. The hospital, or not hospital, clinic, IHC clinic is here, credit union on the corner. This is the boundary between Riverton and Harriman, which is interesting. It's the one place where Harriman is north of Riverton, right? This is a city park, a city ball field with a playground and equipment right here. And we, as some of the council or commission will remember, we spent a lot of time talking about this fence and making sure there was screening, and the elevation difference worked. There's also, you'll also note that there's residential to the south of this. Here's the oblique, just to give you another perspective of how this lays out. This was the first approved site plan, and we went through a lot of work to be able to get the fire trucks through here and be able to screen both the neighbors to the south and the park to the east. And the commission and the applicant worked that out, and we had an approved site plan. A few months later, they came back, wanted to take the second story off this building in the middle, building 200, and I know it was labeled 300 just a minute ago. From here on out, it's going to be building 100, 200, 300. So 1 on the north, 2 in the middle, 3 here on the west. Building 200, about a year ago, we took building 200 from a 2-story building to a 1-story building, which would have been very helpful in the earlier stages because it helped with some of the screening concerns and some of the other concerns that we had with the lights and the windows in this building. It worked better for their business model to go single story. That project was approved. The Planning Commission moved on. When they submitted their site plan for a building permit a few months ago, this building had increased to 2 stories, and that was something that had not been approved by the commission. So we worked it out, figured out how that had slipped in. The applicant or the architect had made a change and wasn't aware that the Planning Commission hadn't approved that, so we're here tonight. There's building 100, 200, 300. This is the proposed site plan. You'll notice not only is the building, I'll show you the building height change, the rest of the site is the same. There is a small change here where they're bringing a sidewalk off of the public right-of-way to this building, number 1, to meet ADA compliance for that building. And then the driveway, which used to go a little bit further west, is shortened. Not a great concern, not a big deal on that site plan change. The fencing, the landscaping, all remain the same. This was the first approved elevations. What you're looking at is from 5600 West towards that building 300, and you can see it's a shorter story building. Building 200 was the tall 2-story building in the back that created all kinds of challenges. And then building 100 here is the office, and then the 0 lot line that is shared. My pointer is on the north side. So that is shared with IHC's backyard at a 0 lot line. That was the first approved elevations. Here it is from another angle, looking at that big building. They came back. This is the first amended, where they dropped that middle building to a single story. It tears down with the grade of the ground, and that's still there. They're not asking for that to change. The commission was much happier and much relieved to see that. It reduced or eliminated most of those impacts that we had talked about. This was the previous approved elevations of building 100. This is now looking north is up here. The park is over here, and 56 is all the way out here. Tall office tower, 0 lot line, and just storage units. This is the middle building, the 200, which is also shown on a different slide. This is the previously approved 300 building. This is the one that faces 5600 West out here. And you can see it's a single story. This is the new proposed change. It takes that previous single story building, raises it up to 2 stories. There's building 100, the 200, and then so that is the change. I think I have elevations here. I did want to point out the elevation on the front, even though it's 2 stories, it's still only about 22 feet high from the grade on 5600 West to the peak of this parapet or this decorative feature to the wall. I think is only 19 feet high. And then in the back, it is a little bit higher, still within our ordinance, but that is hidden as the fence on the south stays with the natural grade. The site is depressed, so that is kind of hidden. It really is, it does a great job of shielding and screening. Here's a couple other views, the west view, which faces 56th, and the east view, which faces into the complex. This is the south view, which will be seen from the neighboring residents, but there's also an 8-foot fence that runs along there blocking this. The only concern staff had or identified with this is just a point of clarification. The previous motion said that they needed to do screening around the rooftop mechanical. They had, when they first came in with the very first time, we talked about screening on a 30-foot tall building. The units were pushed to the middle. You really couldn't see the RTU units. When it drops down, the RTU or rooftop mechanical units now become visible. That was on the First Amendment. They showed that screening. I think it just got taken off. We just wanted to be clear in our motion that the rooftop mechanical needs to be screened. And these are just wire screens that are attached to the roof. They have a wind load. They're safe, but it provides a working area and also screens. The colors are typically like the Disneyland go-away green or something that blends with the building. So that is our report. This has been around a long time. It's a good project. We worked through so many issues. We hope that it's built this time. Not many conditions, just the same things that have been approved in the past with these additions, that they be shown, that everything be built as planned. That's our report. If you have any questions, I can take them now.
Tim, thank you very much. Commissioner Matheson.
So at that elevation, is there any visible windows or light or whatever that's going to affect the neighbors? How are we looking there?
Yeah, if we can look right
Yeah,
here.
south
Feels like that was a
elevation.
big issue way back when we were looking at that.
This does not show any lights on that side. We can double check on the deeper in the building plans. I don't have those available. They would need to be screened and shielded, pointed down. They couldn't have direct line of sight to the property. If they were wise, they'd put their lights down lower below that 8-foot fence and not up here. This does show that that is the roof line along that south side. You can see the RTU unit. They would need to screen that because there is no parapet wall along this side.
So those issues would all be per ordinance?
Per
It
ordinance,
doesn't have
we
to
can take-
be in this
Yes.
proposal? Okay, thank you.
And we had conditions in the first approval that mentioned those. We could continue the motion, the ordinance and the conditions and make sure that was met.
So Tim, I have a question, right on top of this one. So this is the south elevation.
Yeah.
That's a pretty significant drop. I mean, it's, to the eastern, that door there on the east.
Yeah.
No, I'm down, yeah, that one right there. I mean, it's almost like a walkout basement kind of elevation. Where's the natural, elevation line, the dirt line and the fence? How are we screening from the neighbor to the south? Where's what in that is fence? Because that seems,
Yeah,
how are they gonna make that work?
yeah, so this is built up a little bit, but the natural grade, you can imagine coming through like
That's
this.
the word, natural grade, thank you.
But, so previously this retaining wall was pressed further west, exaggerating that grade difference. Now we're, with the fence on top here, and the area depressed, we push that to the east, reducing that impact. But that is caught, the fence on the property line catches natural grade.
Okay, so where is the natural grade there? You know, because there's a house right there, and then you make that turn, and then you've got sidewalk and all that leading along that southern edge. I'm just kind of curious, how's the elevation work on that?
I don't have the elevation sheet. That was, but you can see the contours going through there. The fence follows along the back of the sidewalk here, follows along natural grade. They're not grading, they're not changing any of the grades here all the way up to the neighbors.
So does pushing that retaining wall to the east actually benefit the neighbor as far as screening goes and with the natural grade?
I don't think it makes any difference. This fence was going along this line, natural grade anyway.
Okay.
It's just that this fence now slides this way, which maybe it's a steeper drop off, but the impact to the neighbor should be the same.
And then is that the main entrance to the building on the south?
Applicant could talk about that. I believe that's a emergency. You're saying it's a main entrance for a customer. The applicant's here, he can address that.
Okay, I would appreciate that if you would. Commissioner Cannon.
Thank you. Tim, Jason, what was the date last time we saw this?
October 2024, I believe. October 10th or 12th.
Okay, close enough. And I already know the answer to this, but because I recall, there was a lot of neighbors here in opposition to this. And we've seen, I'm not going to say significant, but we've seen some changes in elevation. When they were noticed, does it just say like it does on here, or does it say they're going for an elevation change?
So they're proposing change. Just what you read is what they were sent.
You see where I'm going with that? If I was a neighbor and I saw, and I was here and we helped get it approved, and then they show up and we see a second story go up in an area where we didn't know there was one going to be, and I'm just curious what that looks like.
Yeah, the very first public hearing was just for the conditional use. It was packed. We had a lot of folks, and as the applicant moved forward, the site plan, the first iteration, drew a lot of folks. By the time we got to that final approval of the first site plan, because
that wasn't too bad then.
It wasn't too bad, and that included the second story on building 200. The amendment, I don't know if we had anybody show up. I don't recall. And then I haven't heard anything on this. There may be people here tonight who want to speak about it.
Thank you.
Well, it seems that as this project has progressed and developed, it's actually ended up being more in line with what the neighbors' concerns were with dropping that second story off the building 200. And I think we made them, like all those trees there, we were pretty specific about the types of trees and stuff that they had to put in to screen for the neighbors. And yeah, so this should be, let's go ahead and invite the applicant. Mr. Scoville, if you'd like to.
Scoville's not here. He's our architect. He doesn't work after 6 o'clock.
I'm surprised he works till 6.
So what's that?
I'm surprised he works until 6.
Yeah, well, who knows? He just tells me he does, so I don't know.
All right.
He just sends me the bills and I pay him. So that's all I know.
Well, if you would like to give us your name and tell us what
Jeff Burnson.
you'd like us to know. Thank you, Mr. Burnson.
I'll give you a little history lesson on this one too, because I think somebody's leaving another floor off of that building 200. There was 3 levels. It was a 3-level building all the way across. What we did was we bifurcated the building and took the building on the far east side and dropped it to a 2-level building. But we still stayed 3 levels on the other building. The issue that the neighbors had was they didn't want lights or windows or anything, so we cut the windows out on that south side. Based on what was happening during COVID and the financing market and interest rates going up like 3 and 4 points, we could not afford to build that multiple level building. So we came back and talked to we were extremely proactive with the neighbors. We had neighborhood meetings with them, talked to them, listened to their concerns, and ultimately we ended up with a single level because economically that makes more sense for us to be able to do that. And so we went 1 level all the way through. We came to this front building here, and because again of the depression of the ground of where we come off of 5600 and drop down to the east, we thought let's add another floor on top of that, access it interiorly, stairways that won't be elevated. They won't have an elevator there, but it'll just be stairway up. And then we'll have an access out for handicap if they want to come out over onto 5600. So we said, okay, let's do that. It's not that big of a deal cost-wise to go that extra floor. So that's where that all changed. But other than that, everything else has stayed the same. It's all single level through everything else. We think we're extremely well screened. I will say the neighbors had a lot of comments about those trees that are going to go along the road because they don't think they're going to live very long because the soil out there is not very commensurate with a tree growing. If you look in your park and those kinds of things, you got problems with that. But we'll put the trees in. Hopefully they'll last a year or longer. That's the main thing we want. Got to last longer than a year. So that's what we want. But we think we build a very, very nice Class A product. Got a couple I can have you look at if you want to get on the internet and look at them. But we've worked with a lot of cities, and they've been extremely happy with what we've done because we go that extra mile. One day we'll make money actually on doing this instead of spending money, but I'll be dead before that happens, so that's okay. Like, it's been years we've been doing this. I'm now well into my 70s. I started this as a young man at 69, well, actually 68. So now we've progressed on, and I'm an old guy. So anyway, we love you guys here. We think it's a great city. We like the aspect of being so close to Rosecrest. You got 8,000 homes in there plus. And we've talked to a lot of people there who need another garage. We can give them that garage or a smaller storage space. There's not that many units. I think we've got 403 units that we have in there. And the square footage of those units is not what we call big. We've got a few 10 by 20s, but most of them are the 10 by 10s, 10 by 15s. And that middle building 200 is a climate controlled building. So that offers that opportunity for people, as is the front 300 building. The only building that is not will be the one that's on the north side against IHC's property there. So if you've got any questions, shoot. Well, I shouldn't say that. Fire away, I shouldn't say that either.
You're good.
I'm old, I can say those kind of things.
Is there an office located on site?
There is, that's in building 100. That's right there where the gate is, where you come in, you enter.
So this front building Building 100.
Building 100
houses your
on the
office.
west end right there is where the office is. It's
Okay.
a single level, but it has a parapet that gives it a view of about a story and a half. There it is right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So as far as that access on the south end of building 300 that we were talking about, where that south elevation is, yeah, right there.
Right there. Mm-hmm.
That is not, that access is into storage, climate controlled storage.
Right.
So really the only need for lighting on that side would be directly over the door. You wouldn't necessarily need
All our
to.
lighting will be downlit, and you won't really probably notice it The nice benefit that we'll have for the community there particularly is I think we'll have something like 35 or 6 cameras on that site, and all infrared, obviously. So we'll be able to help monitor and keep things securitized. I know that was one of the pluses for the neighbors. They kind of like that idea of being able to have that security. They did want us to put some walkways coming from their place out onto 5600 West, but we figured that probably was not, for liability issues, was probably not a good thing for us to be doing. So we did not.
Well, I'm sure your grandkids will appreciate you building a profitable business.
Well, I would hope so. I would hope so. They've already bought me a plot, so I think they've already figured on this happening sooner than later. So we're good.
All right. Commissioner Matheson, did you have something for the...
Just to be clear, you said there is no elevator in this because you enter at ground level on the second floor?
We have a stairway inside the building. If you look at U-Haul's buildings, they have some 3 levels. They have no elevators in their buildings either.
Really?
Yeah, it's bizarre, but it happens, and they rent them out. So I don't know how that happens, but it does. But on ours, we have the access on that top floor coming out that south side for ADA compliance. Just if we've got somebody who would prefer to come in that way, walk right in and then walk right out, they can do that.
So if I rented a storage unit there on that second level with my Aiken back, I could walk in
and walk
with
out.
my trolley or whatever and
That's
go
right.
straight to it. Okay. Thank you.
And they're very nice trolleys, by the way. They actually work. Okay.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Glad
Appreciate
you're
your
finally
time.
to a point where you're going to put shovel to dirt. Okay, we'll bring it. This is a public hearing, and so we will open the public hearing, public comment portion of this at this time regarding this item. If there's anyone who would like to comment to the commission, we would invite you to do so now. Okay, seeing no one who wishes to make public comment, we'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion and or motion. Commissioner Keel,
If there's no discussion, I'll make a motion.
please do.
I move the Planning Commission approve application number PLZ 26-8002, My Storage Riverton, final site plan and conditional use permit with the following conditions, 1 through 3.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Beck.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay, at this time, I will open up the mics and call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, and best of luck to you. Okay, moving on to item 2C. This is the Walmart Fuel Center amended. PLZ 25-8023, an application to amend a commercial site plan located at 3823 West, 134 South. The applicant is Andrew Gregorenko. I'm sure I butchered that. I apologize. Well, if he can't show up, then I get to butcher his name. We will at this time turn it over to staff for a report on this.
We are fortunate to have business owners who are investing back in the community. I have 2 applications from Walmart tonight. We treat them separately, but they are related. The Fuel Center and the Super Center out at 134th and Bangerter, right there. This one is the Fuel Center. It was put in about 3 years ago, and they're already ready to make some exterior modifications and updates with their ongoing, just their updating their branding and consolidating their look. The building, the Fuel Center will be branded to match the building, and they're going to be changing them simultaneously or concurrently, I guess. We did send notices out on this. We did not receive any comments. And this is a final decision from the Planning Commission tonight. Here's the site. You can see the site, the Fuel Center out here. Our new intersection partway under construction, and our Walmart Walmart took a lot to get here, and we've been impressed. They have made a number of changes to and modifications, updates to the outside, but have always kept their brick and stone, which was a major part of getting them approved the first time. We appreciate that. This is the fuel center from an oblique, just in case we need that. It's a small footprint, small canopy, but does good business. It's busy. The proposed changes are just modifying the color of the stucco and the paint on the outside. That's it. And the canopy gets some updated branding. The stone brick on the building stays the same. This one seemed pretty straightforward. I have no additional information. That's my report. There's a sample motion that it just be built as presented to the commission. If you have any questions, I can take them now.
What colors are we going from and to?
One brownish gray to a grayish brown.
Okay.
Yeah, and they do. They change shades slightly, but when the building needs to be.
Yeah, this is not a dramatic shift. This is just a refresh.
Yeah, and we did one of them. They came back with a big chunk of the front of the main store was going to be a bright blue at one point, and the commission told them no. And they've kept it. This is modest in changes.
Is the blue to the left of the doorway new?
I don't believe so. I think that's there.
Yeah, it's already there. This is a darker shade of blue.
So it's just, okay. All right. Any questions for staff on this item? We'll go ahead and invite the applicant to come forward. And since you're not...
Andre?
Would you give us your name?
Yes, my name is Philip Scoville, no relation to Steve Scoville, who was on the list earlier.
You work past 6, huh?
No relation. I am with BRR Architecture, the architecture firm that is designing this. And like you said, this is a remodel that's coming up, both the Walmart Supercenter and the fuel station. For the exterior, or at least the fuel station, is just updated branding colors. It's a little darker shade of blue and a darker shade of gray, and on the eaves, and that's about it.
Okay. Any questions from the commission?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Again, this is part of the public hearing portion of the meeting. If there's anyone here who would like to make public comment on this item, now is the time we'll open that up. And seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the commission for further discussion and or motion. Commissioner Matheson.
I'll make a motion if there's no discussion. I don't see it. So I move the Planning Commission approve application number PLZ 26-8023 Walmart Fuel Center amended site plan with the following conditions. Number 1.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Marzo.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And right along to the final item in our public hearing portion of this meeting, item 2D. This is Walmart Supercenter amended, PLZ 25-8024, and an application to amend a commercial site plan located at 13502 South Hamilton View Drive. The applicant, again, is the previous individual, and we will kick it back to the staff for report.
All right, so now we know the color scheme and we know the location. We did notice this, didn't receive any public comment. I can go back to any of those if you need. This is the site at Walmart and the oblique. We're going to be dealing with the both sides of the building and the front, but particularly the parking here on their pickup center and this area, which will be the new pickup center. They're going to want to add 4,133 square feet here, remove the garden center racking, and make this some pickup area. And then the front of the building, well, the building exterior, the stucco, gets painted to match. So that's what we'll be looking at. Let me get my mouse back. There's those two areas again, just from the front. You can see what we're doing. A few years ago, when they first started looking at the business model to have grocery pickup, they added those stalls on the east side, and then came back later and added the canopy and a couple more stalls because it was successful. They're going to be taking that canopy out, turning those stalls into regular parking stalls, so the parking count is great here. They're actually going to be increasing some parking, and then that would just be regular stalls. I imagine employee use would be the most likely use there. On the west side, over here by Bangerter Highway, they'll take this racking out. This racking normally is just racking. A lot of Walmarts, it's tucked away in the back. Because it was visible on the Bangerter Highway, our council and commission at the time required some stone columns and some nice stonework. And then this side of the building had fewer architectural elements because it was screened from these nice columns and artwork out here. The addition will come in here, take these out, and there'll be parking, a new curb and some parking here, so that the addition just matches the architecture of the building. They did a great job. They could have chosen to go a cheaper route. They didn't. They ended up doing nice. And then this little yellow spot in the back, they're going to add some parking spaces just along the existing curb to help with the lube center as the pickup center expands and some of the cars come over here. They'll shift their lube center parking a little bit to the south. Well thought out plan. So this is the building elevations. You can see the new gray stucco. It's called ephes sometimes in the commercial setting. Residential owners always know it as stucco. The new gray, the new blue, the stone and the brick on the front stay. They don't change that color, and we appreciate them for that. You'll note here, right here, on the elevation, they have the garage doors. We'll look at those again. Oops. Well, let's see. I think actually, right there, I put the one in that has the new addition. This is the front of the store, facing kind of 134th. This is the side that faces Bangerter. This is the new addition. It's just matching those brick columns, stone side. They remove some of the doors. These 5 doors in the garden center stay in place. There's a close-up of the brick and stone. There'll be a door and entrance, and the idea is that you can see this addition. This whole thing is the addition. These doors stay. The parking is lined up along here. Customers can come in, but more likely it will not be customers coming up. It will be employees bringing groceries out and loading cars. The additional parking helps with the pickup. Their overall parking count still meets ordinance. The setbacks from the parking all meet ordinance. It doesn't increase it was all asphalt anyway before. It doesn't increase or change any of the stormwater. We were satisfied with that. Here's just another view on the left. These are backwards on this sheet. The left is the right-hand side or the Bangerter side of the building. This one in the middle is the left-hand side or east side of the building. You can see it just becomes parking. This one, these are all pickup stalls from here down, and then pickup stalls for your grocery pickup orders. These become the lube center, lube center, lube center. Just one more view. That's what you see from the Bangerter Highway now. The trees are back, they stay. These columns in the background go away, and then these first 5 doors stay, but these other doors all go away, and this is where the addition will happen, is right in here. And then this all becomes parking. If I know my wife uses the pickup, there's often wait, and there's peak times for that. I think this will be a nice amenity and a service to our residents who enjoy that service. Here's the east side. I don't think that adds much, so I'm going to skip that and just get you to the motion. Motion is that you approve as shown, and they correct any staff red lines. I don't think there are any. Engineering, I think, needs to look at it one more time, but if there is anything, it's be minor. And so we're ready to recommend approval on this. That's our report. If you have any questions, I can take them now.
Thanks, Tim. Do we have any questions for staff? All right, go ahead. Invite you back up. Tell us anything else you would like us to know that Tim didn't cover. And
Tim summarized that pretty well, so I don't really have anything else to add.
What's your timeline on these two projects?
I think construction is wanting to start in August and September of this year. So.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Marzo?
Not a question, just a comment. I am super happy to see this. We use the pickup, and having more spots is going to be awesome.
Happy to hear that.
Commissioner Matheson?
I'm just curious, at least when I go to the Walmart, the east side is where all the groceries are, and they're picking up on the west side. I assume that all this stuff has come out of warehouse and not off of those shelves where the grocery is? Or you're just giving a whole lot of exercise to your employees?
You're giving some exercise to the employees, yes.
Getting their steps in.
Yes, they're getting their steps in, and they'll store it in that expansion that is being built.
So there just wasn't room to expand on the east to make it more efficient?
No, there's not enough room to store all the orders. This is a very high volume store. They do anywhere between 500 to 1,500 orders a day.
Holy Moses.
And so those are plucked out of the grocery area that I walk through?
Yep, grocery area in the general merchandise area.
Yeah, you're going to have a bunch of fit employees then.
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, I think we, along with the citizens who, of our community and neighboring communities, can all endorse what's going on here. That's great. We're glad to see our Walmart, getting a little bit of a facelift and improving their capability. So thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we'll go ahead and move on.
Thank you.
All right. Again, this is a public comment portion of the meeting. We invite anyone who is here to comment on this item. Go ahead and do so now. And again, seeing none, we will bring it back to the commission for further comment and motion. Commissioner Beck.
If there's no further discussion, I am ready to make a motion.
I think we're good.
Okay. I move the Planning Commission approve application PLZ 25-8024, Walmart Supercenter amended site plan with the following conditions 1 and 2.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Marzo.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, now that closes the public hearings portion of our meeting, and we will move on to item 3, which are decision items. Item 3A is the Mountain View Village Development Agreement, second agreement, Village Lofts Apartments by Salt Development, a revision to a previously approved amendment to the development agreement, increasing the residential unit count from 288 to 302. And we'll turn this to staff.
Thank you. This item is both exciting and boring, and I'll explain what I mean by that. When the Mountain View Village project was approved back in 2015, it was done so with a conceptual plan that included at the northeast portion of Phase 2 here, residential apartments. It wasn't clear at that time how and by whom they would be built, but it was included as part of the plan. This is the existing Mountain View Village, 134th and 132 here. If you're familiar with the project at all, movie theaters are right here. This is the area of the Mountain View Village, where Salt Development will be building an apartment development. The exciting part, this is renderings of the structure. It has been approved. The site plan has been approved for this. We've had a couple of modifications that I'll explain in just a moment, but these are the renderings of it. The original development agreement, again, that was adopted back in 2016, and the development agreement is with CenterCal, who is the parent company of Mountain View Village. They have sold the property to Salt Development for the residential portion of it, but it remains under that Mountain View Village development agreement. At the time, there was a limit on the number of units to 250 that was written into the development agreement. Again, that was conceptual at the time and an estimate of what they thought they would move forward with. We have had a couple of amendments since then as Salt Development has come in and revised their plan. Essentially, we have increased that number already from 250 to 288. Primarily, that had to do with what in the original plan was main floor commercial. So the original site plan, the first floor was quite a bit of retail commercial. The developer has scaled that back since then, and that's a good thing, meaning that the intent of this development agreement, this project area, was to maintain some flexibility, both for the Mountain View Village portion of it, but also for this. The last thing that anyone would want to see was empty space in what is a very exciting and vibrant development. So the amendments removed some of the commercial space along the bottom, substituted in residential units. We did a second amendment that took out the last portion of that. This amendment has to do with internal space. The developer has included some co-working space, whatever the right way to phrase that is, and as they have continued to evaluate their plan, they are replacing some of that space with residential units. So the amendment would increase the total number of allowed units to 302. The reason that I say this is boring, the exterior of the building is not changing. There's no amendments that are required to the site plan itself. Because the original site plan included commercial space, the parking counts accommodate those additional units. And CenterCal, again, the parent company of Mountain View Village, because the development agreement is in their name, they have to review and vet this. They have consented to the amendment increasing that. The reason for the convoluted language, the second amendment that increased it to 288 was not executed. It was approved but never adopted and recorded, so we are amending the previous amendment. Essentially, we're just increasing that number to 302 residential units. So again, staff is recommending approval of the amendment as described on the screen.
Is that it?
That is it.
All right.
I'm sorry. Actually, there is one more thing. And I apologize for this. It's not related so much to the action tonight. This development group is also currently finalizing, I'll say in the final stages of a development in Lehigh as part of Point of the Mountain. They had offered a tour of that facility. We had some email problems. Some of you may have received an invite to that tour. Some of you may not have. We apologize for that. That tour was Tuesday night. So if you did not receive an invitation, we deeply apologize. There was no intent to exclude anyone. Our email system, as I think you're all aware, is still tending to glitch. So if that email didn't come your way or you weren't aware of that, we apologize. The developers indicated if that is something there is interest in, we can look at other arrangements in the future.
Thank you, Jason. All right, do we have any questions or comments for staff? Commissioner Matheson?
So with this change, there's absolutely no retail, it's exclusively?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think we did that in the first amendment, correct? We eliminated the retail space. And so this is just eliminating kind of community office space that would go unused.
Yeah, the First Amendment eliminated most of the retail space. There was a small portion on the corner of the building. The Second Amendment, we looked at eliminating that, and that resulted in some exterior changes to the building that were approved at that time. This amendment just deals with internal changes.
Okay, Any other questions for staff? All right, we'll go ahead and invite the applicant forward to give us another update.
I do not have a presentation. I'm just here in case you have questions. And I got a good date out of it.
Oh, I'm sure she's thrilled to be here.
I probably owe her a follow-up.
I would think so.
But I figured us being back, you'd probably ask why and have questions. So, here to...
Yeah, last time we saw you, this was slated for shovel to dirt last June.
That's what we were hoping. And the market told us otherwise, honestly. And the market is really what has pushed this. So we were pushing the office. Lenders do not like office right now. They hate it. And so, nobody's building office at all. And so we kind of sat with all this portion of the building that we have a hard time justifying with the lenders, right? And that's what allows us to get the shovels in the ground. And so we finally conceded with them. We didn't want to come back here and talk to you again. No offense. Didn't want to waste your time. But we finally had to concede and say, okay, we'll go talk to the city and see what they think.
Okay, well, let's hope this will actually get shoveled to dirt, because I think we're all ready for that. We're excited.
We are ready to. We love this site. We just...
Yeah, this was something I think we've all been supportive of, those of us who've been on the commission during the life of this project, and would love to see this actually start to move, and we think it'll be a great asset to our community. But yeah, I think we're to that point. We're kind of done. Let's do this.
Yep. It's sat an empty site for long enough. We're really hoping. I mean, I've been pushing to get April, but that's like probably a little too soon.
Maybe a little aggressive in that timeline.
Yeah, but if you give yourself more time, you'll take it. So we always push that timeline up to the absolute soonest we can get in there. And so, but we are pushing to get shovels and dirt as soon as we can.
That'd be great. Commissioner Matheson.
So you want shovel in April?
That's what.
When would?
I'll be honest. It's probably May, June. I would say May.
And your goal to have residents moving in would be?
It's I think a 28-month build. And so, roughly 2 years and a bit after that. The summer of...
Become the tallest building in Riverton?
Oh, by far.
I couldn't think of any other. It will be. Wow, downtown.
And refresh our memories, how many other projects, there's one downtown that you guys have done?
We have 4 downtown.
4 downtown.
They're all right in the same neighborhood. We just kind of kept, one after the other right there. We've got Lehigh that just opened. It's not complete, but phase 1 is open. If you haven't seen it, you should come see it. It's really fun. And we borrowed a lot of those ideas here. This is a smaller scale, smaller site, but you get a feel for kind of what the quality will be when you see that. And then we've got one we're working on right now in Reno, just below the Mount Rose coming out of Tahoe. We've got another 90 acres in Anaheim that we're working on.
All with similar amenities and similar kind of style.
Yeah, that's kind of our MO.
Your focus demographic is kind of the same on all of them.
Yep, and I'll say we target the young professional, but we get a fair amount of boomers and just people who are retired and don't want to take care of the house every weekend and all day. So we get all sorts, but it really is more kind of that single or couples type of demographic. And we put the same quality into every project. Well, I think we up the ante every project. So at some point we might cap out. We'll see. But we see that as our ethos in a way. That's what, when you see a SALT project, we want it to kind of have a brand, a feel.
And your occupancy rates?
Occupancy? Oh, for the existing buildings, we're usually between 95 to 98. Yeah, in fact, I'll just leave it at that. But our marketing goes really well. It's all word of mouth after a while. Sometimes it takes a while to ramp up, and then once it gets there, it just maintains itself. So it's been very well received thus far.
Terrific. Any other questions or comments for the applicant? All right.
Okay,
Thanks very much. We'll bring this back to the commission for discussion and motion. You know what? I'll go ahead and make the motion if everyone's okay with that. I move the Planning Commission recommend approval of the amended Second Amendment to the Mountain View Village Development Agreement with the following conditions. Number one, the development agreement be amended to allow a total of 302 residential units. And do I have a second, Commissioner Matheson?
I will second that.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Let's get those shovels in.
I rode my bicycle by there today in the winter cold, and it's kind of an ugly piece of dirt right now.
It's been ugly for far too long. We're looking forward to it. Okay, we need to move on to, there are no discussion item. Yes, these are discussion, I'm sorry. Is this for later on, or, okay. So we're into item 4A. This is, can we approve the minutes? Can we do item 5 before 4? Just get that out of the way. Oh, that's what you put in front of me. I apologize. Planning Commission minutes from February 12th meeting. Need a motion for approval. Commissioner Matheson.
I move the Planning Commission approve the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting on February 12th, 2026 with the following modification. Spell Mayor Broker's name correctly on the heading.
Ouch.
It's spelled correctly in the body, but on the heading, it's misspelled.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve with the correction in spelling. And Commissioner Beck, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. No, we need to get it fixed.
I don't want to be a pain in the you-know-what, but.
Okay. Election of the chair and the vice chair. That's where we are at on item 4B.
We did not have a slide for the training that Ryan needs to give you too. So.
That's fine. Yeah, let's do this first and then the other. That way, as soon as we're done with that, we can all go ahead and go because we're going to want to. Oh, come on. Poking a little at you, Ryan. Sorry. All right. So, good times.
We'll talk about it in a minute.
All right, so we have to do this in a particular way. At the meeting before the election, put an item on the, okay, there's a script that we have to, I just got this handed to me, so forgive me. Do I need to read the whole thing or just skip down to where we're talking about the nominations?
Just skip to nominations.
All right.
We're here now.
Perfect. Nominations for the chair and vice chair will be done from the floor. Current chair will call the meeting to order. We've done all that. All right, so I think we can just move ahead with nominating for the chair and vice chair positions. The current chair, obviously, I am the current chair, and Commissioner Beck is the current vice chair. So I will open to the commission for nominations for the chair position first. if there is someone who would like to nominate for the chair, Commissioner
The
Matheson.
question first.
Yes, please. Let's
So I
make sure we're all.
understand the city council had a discussion about that the chair can serve for more than a year. Is that correct, or what's the?
That is correct.
And
There was a change to the city code to allow that.
and
Is that a recent change, Ryan?
Yes, within the last month, I'd say.
last month.
Just so that we have that on the record. Okay.
So
So yes, that is a possibility if the commission sees fit.
So if we continue discussion about that, my own bias is that 2 years may be better than 1 year, because it seems like everyone's just kind of getting their stuff together, and then it's change time. So I will ask our current chair, do you have any desire to continue on for another year?
If the commission sees fit, I would be willing to do that, yes, and I think there is, not in a way that, hey, I necessarily want to,
It is an all-powerful position.
It's just, it does, you're absolutely right. It takes you, as you well know, being a former chair, it takes you a while to get that rhythm and that groove, and obviously, I mean, the beginning of this meeting, I was a little bit out of it. But to get that feel for how to deal with the members of the public who are passionate, shall we say. So, yeah, I think moving forward, it would benefit the commission to kind of adopt that tradition. But if you want to start that this year, great. If you want to elect a new chair and begin that, with the next
having
that's just fine.
having heard you do all the political mumble jumble, I would not like to nominate Darren Park to continue as chair for 1 more year. I think 2 years is a nice duration.
I would accept that nomination, and I'm really not trying to be political. I'm just, yeah. Okay, so the nomination is out for me as the chair. I accept that nomination. Do we have any other nominate? And I'm just going to open all the mics. We can just speak freely here. Do we have any other nominations for the chair position?
I'll second the motion for you remaining the chair.
Okay. So there's a nomination and acceptance and a second for that motion. Any further discussion? Let me make sure I'm doing this correctly so that we're checking all the appropriate boxes and we don't get ourselves in trouble. Okay, 1 nomination. We have basically so I need you've got a nomination. I need a motion, and then a second on that.
So I make a motion that we nominate Darren Park as the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission for another year.
For 2026. Okay. So we have a motion. Commissioner Cannon, can I get your second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
And I abstained. All right, the motion passes. Thank you very much. I appreciate your confidence in me to be able to continue to do this. All right, so now we need a motion for vice chair, or a nomination. I need a nomination for vice chair. Go ahead and
Nominate Monique.
All right, Commissioner Keel nominates Commissioner Beck for the vice chair position. Would you accept that nomination, Commissioner Beck?
Yes, I would.
Okay, the nomination has been given and accepted. Do we have any other nominations for the position of vice chair? Seeing none, I will call for a motion for a vote.
get a second yet?
No, sorry. We had a nomination. She accepted. Now I need an official motion.
I'll motion to keep
Okay,
Monique Beck as co-chair.
We have a motion to elect Commissioner Beck as the vice chair, and I will second that motion. We have any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Commissioner Beck will continue to serve as the vice chair.
So question for staff, we got this Gary Canyon over here that, how many years ago was it your chair? How long do we have to go around before we can make you back in it?
Well, this is my 8th year. I think I was.
So, yeah, and with the way we've kind of restructured the, this tradition, it's going to be a few more years before we can pick on Commissioner Cannon again. So.
Just off the record, I guess, somebody came to me and said, so this position of power and kind of prestige and able to influence the city, and I'm like, good heavens, no.
It's interesting because I talked with our new mayor back in shortly after she was won her election, and we talked about Darren remaining in there because in her first year, I think there needs to be some stability that carries through into the next year. I think that's a very good choice.
Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence, and we'll continue to go. And Commissioner Beck has been fabulous in stepping in when she's needed to take the chair position, and I think we'll be well prepared in the future.
Except for when I try to be Canadian, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay. All right, so we have officially elected a chair and vice chair for 2026. We will continue to move that way. We can close that item on the agenda and move to the final now item on our agenda, which is the open meetings, open and public meetings training from Mr. Carter, and we appreciate your willingness to make sure that we stay in line.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. I anticipate that there might be some disappointment if this was, to the extent this was anticipated, because there's a specific way to go about doing this that doesn't involve me directly. So let me just start out by saying this. The Utah Public Meetings Act requires that public bodies such as the Riverton City Planning Commission undergo annual training to maintain compliance and just be educated to make sure you remain in compliance with the Utah Public Meetings Act. Now, in years past, I did a customized training, but efficiency is won out over style here. And what I mean by that is the state of Utah eventually published a video that is a training video that is offered by the Utah Legislative Auditor's Office. So what we do here is we just basically put a notation on the minutes of the meeting, on the agenda of the meeting, so that we can show our auditors that, yes, we go through this annual training. But what we do is we put it on this, and then we also back it up with instructions for the commissioners to log on in your own time and undergo that training. And when you're done, you will get a nice little certificate. Now, tomorrow morning, there will be an email that'll be sent out before noon sometime tomorrow to each of you, to your city email address, that contains those instructions on how to do it. And then when you complete that training, there'll be a certificate that you get after having passed a small exam. I'm confident that everybody here will be able to pass it. And then once you obtain that certificate, I need you to get it to our Riverton City Recorder, and that person's email will be, that email address will be as part of the email that you will receive tomorrow. So just putting it on the agenda enables us to show the auditors when we did it, and then having the certificates verifies that it was actually completed. And so just watch out for that email. It shouldn't take 20 minutes. And then if we have questions about the Utah Public Meetings Act the next meeting, I'd be happy to take them. We can walk through that and get into some nuances. It can be a little bit of a tricky law at times, but it should be also straightforward for the most part.
Well, we appreciate in years past what you've done, so.
certificate to put
Yeah,
on my
yeah,
living room
yes,
wall?
you could, yes, and.
Up there with your PhD.
It should be.
Put it right next to it.
Yes, it should be mentioned in obituaries and so forth.
Ooh.
That's why I'm doing this, you know, because I want this in my obituary.
Yeah, make sure you put it in the signature line of your emails, maybe even before the MD.
My plot over at Riverton Cemetery. I should buy my stone now, and I could get it etched on there now.
Yeah. We can put the years and then dash until you're done, you know?
Oh. Well, Ryan, you've always been
Something
great
morbid.
about making sure that we, those questions are answered and that we're doing this right, so I appreciate it. Yeah, it is a little bummer that, we have to watch this video from the state, but yeah. That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn, doesn't need a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.